Minumnya kapan? Ya, udah coba udah jadi siap.
Tes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be upon you all. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics in Engineering 2023. This event is hosted and organized by Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala. I'm Nur Izzati, will serve as the moderator and be in charge to lead this parallel session. And we will start soon, and due to the absence of several of the participants, so we will start not in the consequence part. For the first, we would like to invite the paper ID Icecme 2023-006 with the other names is Mr. Nurdin Ali, Mr. Syarizal Fona, Miss Nadila Nurdin, Mr. Yumaidi Saputra, Mr. Fakhri Mubarak, Mr. Muhammad Ihsan, and Mr. Ahmad Kamal Arifin, with the title Study on the Use of Jamun Fruit Flesh Extract as Corrosion Inhibitor for Low Carbon Steel in 3.5% NaCl solution. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. There is a break room, yeah. Hello. Hello. Can I ask? Hello. Assalamualaikum.
Ya, waalaikumsalam.
I want to know about my rooms. There is breakout room or not? My room in 4 in online. But you didn't mention about my names because I'm in 8 of 45. I want to present for it.
Oh, your paper ID is 043?
Yes.
It should be, I don't know, should be in the afternoon?
No, and in the schedule in 8:45 until 9 in room 4 online.
Okay, group 4.
Yeah, room 4 online, yeah.
Okay, suruh join di breakout room. Okay, so please join the room 4 in the breakout room.
Okay.
Mr. Hartomo Suwardi. Okay, thank you for asking. Sini aja. Tapi yang ini ke siapa? Kejauhan ya. Kalau di atas ini.
Ini apa saya duluan, Bu?
Orangnya share PPT-nya di mana?
Mana?
Share.
Di sini boleh? Oh enggak, kamu PPT di sini aja. Ini boleh kasih kembali boleh. Ini di main hall. Kita yang di sini di manhole. Nah, yang kita report di sini. Yang lain mereka bisa di ini. Di manhole aja. Joinnya siapa? Join itu satu nih kan? Ya. Yang sekarang yang ada.
Moderator Jati.
Oh, ya. Wid Nur Indra,T S yang moderator ya.
Iya aja mau langsung buat.
Maaf. Oh, sini aja. Oh, sini aja.
Ya udah.
Mana? Nih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, my name is Yumaidi Saputra from the Department of Mechanical Industrial Engineering, Syah Kuala University. I'm here with Professor Dr. Insinyur Nurdin Ali, Dr. Syari Jafwana, STMSC, Nadira Nurdin, Eskom MSc, Fakhri Mubarak, and Aka Arifin. As the author of this paper, I would like to deliver our research paper and the title of Study on Use of Jamblang, Sijum Jumini, Plaster as corrosion inhibitor for low carbon steel in 3.5% in Asian solution. On the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanical Engineering, or Icecme, Banda Aceh, Indonesia, 9 November 2023. Next. Okay, here is our outlines on the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. In the result and in the discussion section, I will present the effect of Jamblang core inhibitor on the carbon steel bandwidth loss method, and the final section, the best efficiency value value will be obtained. Next. Okay, jump to the main presentation, which is the first introduction. Carbon steel is a widely used metal in industrial sector from construction purpose, particularly in ship, acid framework, and electrical and oil industry due to the superior strength, excellent thermal conductivity, and easy of welding. However, continuous use carbon steel can cause damage to the right experiment to the environment, such as corrosion. Corrosion is the gradual degradation and disintegration of metal over time, leading to the formation of rust. Corrosion affects the durability of steel in natural environmental, such as in SEL, or marine setting, and negative impacts the economy due to a relative high maintenance and repairing costs. For example, the global cost of corrosion repair increased to 2.5 trillion US dollar in 2013, accounting for 3.4% of the global GDP. Okay, next. In recent years, several corrosion inhibitors have been developed, but most of them are made from synthetic chemical that have drawbacks, including high cost, toxicity, and potential damage to the environmental and surrounding ecosystem. This is publication about corrosion inhibitor for the years to 2022. Okay. This phenomenon leads to the use of alternatives such as corrosion material, have garnered international attention due to their durability, affordability, and environmental friendly, such as the development of some countries, for example, in Asia, Indonesia, and India. Next. Okay, next. Okay, this method that we use in our research. Next. Okay, this is preparation of jamblang pro extract. Next, chemical composition of material, petrochemical, and FTIR spectroscopy test, and weight loss method. Okay, next. This is a result and discussion. Result and discussion. Okay, this is of the microstructure of the carbon steel in normalizing condition, with the result of Barit Pasa in the light and Perlit Pasa in the dark. Okay, next, the result of chemical test of Jamblang Sijicum Cemini for extract were present in table 2. Flavonoid indicated by a dark red color and tannin by green color. These two components play an active role in protect low carbon steel from corrosion. Okay, next. FTIR spectroscopy was used to characterize the function group present in Jamblang extract. These chemical bonds form a wave pattern as shown in figure 3. The number associated with functional group were illustration in table 3. The high corrosion, okay, next. The high corrosion rates was observed in sample image site in 3.5% in HCl, with an average this 3.2 MPy compared to acceleration containing Jamblang extract. Low carbon rates occur during immersion for 360 hours and 0.9 MPy with the efficiency of 76.92. Jamblang extract inhibitor was effective used at a concentration at 200 ppm. Okay, next. Inhibitor efficiency value was determined based on corrosion rate at each variable. Meanwhile, low corrosion rate result in high inhibitor efficiency due to active function concentration and increased additive concentration. Okay, next. In this study, the efficiency of Jamblang extract inhibitor obtained its concentration 200 ppm, so that the concentration significantly impact corrosion rates. Jamblang extract inhibitor function effectively when mixed in correct concentration of 200 ppm. Okay, next. Okay, next. Analysis of Jamblang extract inhibitor as concentration of 200 to 600 ppm indicate the low corrosion rates 0.9 MPy was achieved at 200 ppm, while the height at 7.4 MPy obtains 3.5 NDCl. Furthermore, the high efficiency was observed in acceleration with the addition 200 ppm inhibitor at 76.92%. Okay, next. It's all of our presentation of study and the use of Jamblang Cemini for extract of corrosion inhibitor for low carbon steel in 3.5% in HCl solution. On the 5th International Conference of Experimental Computational Mechanics in Engineering of Icecme. Thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please stand still for a bit. Any questions for the research related to the research? But it was stated here it's Jamun, or is it typo or Jamun? But they're Jamblang. Okay, it's similar. Any questions on the research? Well, actually, it's very exciting, the research, because we do have quite a lot of Jamblang here in Aceh, and it can be used to lessen the corrosion, right? To reduce the corrosion on the steel. Do we need a lot of pulp? You say you use the extraction of the pulp of the jamun, and it can be applied to reduce the corrosion. Is it right?
Okay. In this research, I am here with use of jamblang weight extract in some 2 kilogram, 2 kilos, and I take in the ground and take in laboratorium and extract with extract chocolate extractor.
Thank you very much. Any more questions on this research? Okay, I think that's enough. So you have closed your presentation. Okay, thank you very much, and please be seated. Please be applause for Mr. Yumaidi. And for the next presentation, we'd like to invite the paper ID Icecme 2023-009, Miss Ita Erliana, Mr. Iskandar Hasanuddin, Mr. Yualdi Awai, Mr. Arifin Raja Gazila, Mr. Raja, Mr. Rizky Maisara. Sorry. Miss Rizky Maisara. Hah? Lutfi dulu, nggak jadi ibu tuh dulu. Tapi beliau... Oh, okay. We'll change the slot to the previous presentation with paper ID 004. Mr. Lutfi, yes, please. Time is yours for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes with question and answer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lutfi from Polytechnic Negeri Loksmoy Mechanical Engineering Department. Today, I would like to present my conference paper, Tensile Strength and Morphology of Sago Pit Waste Polyester Composite. Next. First, let's have a look at the latest statistic. Indonesia has been the largest sago starch producer with a total production of 367,132 tons. And Indonesia also has the largest land dedicated to sago palm plantation. Here, of course, a huge amount of sago pit waste have not been utilized and thrown away. In this study, sago pit waste is tested to be used in manufacturing composite material. Okay, next. First, sago starch is produced from sago palm. Sago palm grows in freshwater swamp and low wetland. It is found in tropical areas with warm temperature around 29 to 32 degrees Celsius. And it takes 8 to 12 years to reach maturity stage that is suitable for harvesting. It grows 10 to 12 meters in height with a trunk diameter 35 to 60 centimeters. Here we can see on the left the part of sago palm. We can see the trunk and the leaves and the rach. The one that produced the sago starch is the trunk. Next. Sago is extracted from sago palm by cutting the trunk into pieces. Here we can see the picture on the left. The trunk is the bark of the trunk is open, and then the pit, the inside the trunk is removed and crushed. And on the second and the middle picture figure, we can see that the crushed pit is mixed with water and it is needed to release the starch. And the picture on the right, we can see that the sago pit waste is thrown away. This is our target. We want to use this waste to make the composite because there's a lot of them. There are plenty of them. Next. In my research, I collected sago pit waste from nearby sago processing facilities in Loksmawe. And first, the sago pit waste was cleaned using water. We can see from the top picture, figure B, it was initially white, and then it is dried under sunlight for 4 to 5 sunny days. And then the sago pit waste slowly changed color to dark brown, figure C and figure D. And then the dried sago pit waste was sifted using a size 20 mesh strainer to remove unwanted large or clump particles. We can see the bottom figure at the middle that's already been sifted, and then for final process, it is dried further for another 1 or 2 days. Okay, next. For manufacturing the composite, we choose unsaturated polyester resin because it is cheap and it is easy to find. If something is difficult to find, it's expensive. Of course, it is not viable. It's difficult to make. So we choose the one that easy to find, cheap, so that the price of the composite will not be very expensive. To harden the matrix, the resin was first mixed with the catalyst with a ratio of 1%, or 1 mil catalyst for 1 kilogram of resin. The resin was poured into a mold that already filled with dried sifted sago pit waste particles. To remove air bubbles trapped inside, good mixing and stirring were applied. 3 different variations were prepared based on the volume fraction of the sago pit waste in the composite, 20%, 30%, and 40%. Here we can see the result of the composite. Figure A is with 20% sago pit waste. Figure B is with 30% the particles, the sago particles, and figure C is 40%. Next. For the specimen for tensile tests were cut according to ASTM D 638. Here the figure, the detail of the dimension, the thickness, the length, and the narrow section, and the fillet, etc. 3 specimens were prepared for each volume fraction. So that's 3 by 3. That 9 specimens for all tensile tests performed in my research. And the tensile tests were performed on modified Galdabini universal testing machine tensile equipment. Basically, this is the old tensile test machine. So to all the electronic part didn't work anymore. So we fixed it. We modified. That's the one on the left. The top. The top right is the equipment we use for tensile tests, and on the bottom is the typical shape of the specimen we tested. Okay, next. Fortunately, we have a very good SEM microscope at Polytechnic Negeri Loksmawe. the selected sample from the tensile test were taken to be examined using the microscope, the SEM. First, because it is a non-metallic specimen, it needs to be coated. We coat it with platinum using a Joule GFC 1600 auto fine coater at 10 milliamps for 75 seconds. We can see the specimen and how the specimen is put inside the microscope. And then the same examination were performed on Joule GSM 6510LA at 400 to 1,000 time magnification. Here the figures of the equipment we use for SEM examination. That's the top one is for coating the specimen, and the bottom one is the whole setup of the SEM microscope. Okay, next. This is the result we get from the tensile test. We can see from the figures that all samples reach the yield point around 1 kilogram per millimeter square. And we can see that the elastic deformation is very, very small, less than 0.2% for all samples. And the deformation is dominated by plastic deformation, or the strain larger than 0.2% up to the maximum strain when the specimen break. And all the fracture occurs at the maximum load. And the largest tensile strength was obtained on the specimen having 30% sago pit waste content. Okay, next. To have a better view of the maximum strain for all selected samples was extracted and plotted separately. The increase of the sago pit waste percentage in the composite from 20% to 40% will lower the strain rate from 5.8% approximately to down to less than 4.3%. This result agree well with the previous similar work found in the literature. Okay, next. And the average tensile test from all 9 specimens tested, the highest ultimate tensile stress was 2.21 kilogram per millimeter square, and it was obtained from the specimen that have 20% sago pit waste. The lowest one would, surprisingly, it is not the 40%, but the 30%. And overall, we can see that the trend is decreasing. So having more sago pit waste in the composite will not increase the tensile strength, but it will decrease. And the important things we need to note here is that the 30% specimen have a longer error bars. So we have to pay attention because the result is not very reliable. As from 3 specimens, there's a large variation between them. Okay, next. This is the same examination we perform on the fracture surface of the specimen at 20% sago pit waste. We can see the figures on the left that the fracture matrix and the typical of the particles, the sago pit waste particle. And we found that the typical size is 20 micrometer at the smaller diameter and 40 micrometer at their larger diameter. And on the right, we can see the trace of the particles that have been pulled out from the matrix. This is very interesting features. Next. At the SEM micrograph at the specimen that have 40% sago pit waste. Of course, having a larger particle density, the chance of getting the images of fracture particles is greater. Here we can see that the shape of the rupture particles because of the applied tensile stress given to the specimen. We can see this. It's very interesting. I haven't seen this rupture particles in any journals. I try to find. This is I'm very proud to present this because this is the first time I see this rupture particle due to the tensile stress given. Okay, next. From the research I did it in August and September. The maximum tensile strength from all 9 tensile tests performed were obtained at the maximum strength before the specimen failed. So it's not like the metallic specimen will have like the maximum and then it will decrease and then break. No, for composite, it will break at the maximum load. And increase of sago pit waste percentage will decrease either the maximum strain of the composite or the ultimate tensile stress. And the size of the typical sago pit waste particle was in the range of 20 to 40 micrometers. And same images of the composite with 20% sago pit waste reveal that the trace of detached sago pit waste particle on the surface of the matrix. And it's greater chance to find broken sago pit waste particle on the same image of the composite with 40% sago pit waste particle. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you for the opportunities given to present my research here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lutfi. It's very exciting research. Any questions on this research, ladies and gentlemen? Any questions? Yeah, Mr. Iqbal, please.
Thank you very much. Sagu ni sagu ya?
Sagu ya. Sagu.
Oh, so mostly used for the food, eh?
Yeah. The starch is used for making food. In eastern part of Indonesia, it is a staple food. Instead of eating rice, they eat sago.
Is it for your material for this composite? Is it from the food itself or from the waste?
From the waste.
Waste.
Because the way they get the starch is by
Waste,
kneading, and then the ampas, we call it ampas. The ampas is thrown away, and the huge of them. They give it for duck, for feeding the duck or feeding the chicken. But I am interested to use it as the filler for manufacturing the composite.
Because the reason of the question is actually we have to consider that there is a rule, ada undang-undang, which is we cannot use the real food, the real material of the food for other purpose rather than the food. For example, we cannot simply use the source of the food like padi, for example, beras, sagu, etc. For the material for example, for engine, our furniture. That's the reason of my question. But for the waste, it should be okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Iqbal. Any other questions? Yes, basically it's very interesting and hopefully very beneficial later because we can use the waste to be the composite material. Thank you very much, Mr. Lutfi. You can close your presentation.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, next we'd like to invite the author of the paper ID 009 with the title Incorporating Time and Motion Analysis into Modular Arrangement of Predetermined Time Standard. To Ms. Shitita Erliana, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jut Ita Erliana. I'm a doctoral program student, the IT, from industrial engineering. Our research is about incorporating time and motion analysis into modular arrangement of predetermined time standard. Part of this research is Prof. Iskandar Hasanuddin, kemudian and then Prof. Yuwaldi Awai, Dr. Raja Arifin bin Raja Gazila, and Rizky Maisara. Our research focus to the tofu enterprise because tofu enterprise have grown into one of the most prominent industries in Indonesia due to the simplicity with which tofu is produced. So, consequently, the tofu industry is experiencing an accelerate expansion. Similarly, in Lok Sumawe and North Aceh, there are 21 small and medium-sized micro enterprise because it micro scale technology is semi-manual and heavily dependent on human power. So our research is focused to the human power, especially worker in tofu enterprise. In the tofu enterprise, there are 6 work locations involved, namely the first one is milling and then boiling, filtering, printing, pressing, and the last one is cutting. Based on our previous studies work about the posture assessment, the worker in at the workstation filtering complain of pain in some extremities. We can see that on the table about the recapitulation of worker posture assessment result. So the workstation number 3, filtering, level risk of filtering is 13, risk category very high, and the action is implement change. This research is focused to ergonomic, including principle of motion study, and then we use Terblick for the motion, and then MODAPS for to the modular arrangement, so we can measure standard work times and analyze workers' body movement from the workers. Next. The research is start from the observation. So we done observation in Lok Sumawe and North Aceh, and then we found 21 tofu industries in there. And then we observation about the motion in data collecting. And then in data processing, we determining the workers' work element and then analyzing movement. After that, we calculating normal time and then determining the allowance for each worker. And the 5th step is calculating standard time. Next. Here the result and discussion. The first one, we break the job element filtering process, including 2 ways. The first way is filtering with the swing. I'm so sorry for the picture, but there's a so natural picture from the tofu industries. There is 7 work job element. The first one is the first taking tofu water, and then the last is pouring tofu residue into a container. And modap movement, it take from the modap rules. Number 1, taking tofu water. So the movement is move, grass, walk, and eye. Next. And then the second picture is filtering tofu using cloth press. Worker take tofu water, and then the worker pouring tofu water, and the worker pressing tofu using cloth. We can see in the table 2, modap's movement, including move, grass, eye, and walk. And the last step is pouring tofu residue into a container. Modap's movement is move, grass, walk, eye, and put. Okay, next. This is the modap worksheet for the worker 1. From the modap sheet, we can get a standard time. The first one, we calculate normal time using the total of mode. And then after that, we can get the standard time. So for the worker 1, the standard time is 28.4 minutes. Next. This is the recapitulation from the worker 1 to the worker 38. Standard time is average from the 28 until 33. Next. And then we calculate standard time for the cloth method. Average standard time is 14.4 minutes. So there is different from the swing method. And then from this result, we can analyze what can we do to make it better. Okay, next. And then we analyze with the principle of motion study. There is three relates. The first one is related to the human body and its motion. There is 9 principles in ergonomy. We analyze that the worker done is there is 7 principle is not aligned with the principle of motion economy. So it means it's dangerous for the body of worker. Next. And then the principle relates to the layout of the workplace. From the 8 principle, just 3 principle is aligned with the principle of motion economy. So there is 5 principle is not aligned, and that means it's dangerous for the body of worker. Next. And then the last one is principle relates to the design of equipment. There is no principle that align with the principle of motion study. So from the third principle, we can see there is dangerous for the workers. So based on the result of the evaluation of movement, the suggestion including the following. The first one, eliminate activity. From the observation and the result, the movement is a rotational and walking movement that occurs when the worker holds a swing and pour tofu. And then the simplification of activities. And the third is designing a machine. A machine should be designed so that it's simple to use and has multiple functions. The research developed a proposal for improvement by designing a soybean filtering machine. So it can reduce musculoskeletal risk for the workers. Next. After performing the calculation at normal time and then the standard time, we got for the swing filtering, there is 31.21 minutes, and clothes press 14.4 minutes. So the suggested working method for the soya flour filtering, the first one is rotation movement, and then simplifying tests and designing machines such as a soybean filtering machine.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions on this research? Any questions? Well, maybe I'd like to ask questions.
With pleasure.
One of the suggestions was to remove the movement, is it? Because the movement like kind of what to say affecting the it's not on the standard time, is it?
Yeah, it's not aligned with the principal motion of economy. Yeah. We want to try design a machine or tools from the suggests from the workers.
Okay, so you're not removing the movement, but you are going to design a machine.
We think it's automatically.
Oh, okay. Because what I want to ask is if you if you remove the movement, would it affect the product of the tofu, or it's okay?
I think it's okay. This focus is to motion So we hope and we wish with the improvement, it will make tofu is the same taste, and then the standard time is reduced.
Okay, so the quality of the product can be maintained and
Yeah.
the standard time can be reduced.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and you can close your-
Okay, thank you for all the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please applause to presenter. And the next one, last but not least, for the paper ID 020. With the title, Study on Inhibition of Low Carbon Steel Corrosion Using Jamun Fruit Seed Extract in a Salt-Containing Medium. Please, Mr. Yumaidi, time is yours again.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back with me. Hello, my name is Yumaidi Saputra from the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Syekh Kuala University. I'm here with Professor Dr. Nurdin Ali Deep Ing and Dr. Sarida Fona STMC in the author of this paper, and I would like to deliver our research paper under the title of Study on Inhibition of Low Carbon Steel Corrosion Use Jamun Gemini Fruit Seed Extract in Salt-Containing Medium. On the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics in Engineering, or Icecme. Throwback this. Okay. This is outline. Here is our outline on the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. And in the result and discussion section, I will present of effect Jamun Gemini with extract or low carbon steel big volume stop. And in the final section, the best efficiency for will be obtained. Okay, next. Okay, jump to the main presentation, which is the first introduction. Corrosion is a degradation process caused by chemical reaction on the surface of metal exposed to corrosive environmental. Low carbon steel is as one of the widely used metal in daily significant issue with corrosion in neutral media such as in HCl. According to a previous study, the prevention of corrosion attack is essential to experts economy and safety effect. Okay, next. This is supernatural extract have been developed from corrosion inhibitor. On the several methods used to mitigate corrosion inhibitor, the continuous analysis development of inhibitor methods its effective methods of corrosion control, corrosion corrosive environments. In research study analysis, scientists and engineers have made significant contribution is natural extract using pen-based inhibitor, which is substance at a small quantity to environment. Corrosion acceleration occurs environment due to presence of chlorides ion or Cl. Okay. Natural inhibitor from plants continues being developed. For example, such as German Gemini fruit A previous study in German seed contents so in present phytochemical and natural antioxidant and discipline source process, thereby making it potential for corrosion inhibitor. The several neutral extract have been developed for corrosion inhibitor. This is a method. This is study used steel pad prepared for the specimen. The carbon steel was cut into dimension. A total of 18 pitch of carbon steel were prepared and divided into 6 groups for immersion. Okay, next. This is preparation of jamun Gemini seed extract. The extraction process was carried out using the solid liquid extraction method with soak extraction. Extractor they extract with the spirits from the solvent use and evaporator. Okay, next. Result and discussion analysis GCMS. GCMS analysis produced several component contents. One is German seed extract. The result is cariopelins. The high contents is 47.77. Hexadiaconic acid, methyl ester, or gas 15.96%. Okay, next. This is the FT analysis result of jamun Gemini. Start in figure 2. The strong peaks observed at 15.96. Sorry, 6,016. Okay, next. This is the result of corrosion that's based on immersion time. The results show in experience weight loss with the high effect occurred during immersion in 3.5% in HCl solution. Okay, next. The results show that addition of the inhibitor affect corrosion rate in as 3.5% solution. Furthermore, the most effective of jamun seed extract inhibitor when its concentration of 2,500 ppm during 10-day immersion time as so it will cure. Okay, next. We grab in figure 5. Sorry, in figure 5. So in comparison of the ferric corrosion rates, a carbon steel with efficiency of the inhibitor obtained from high loss testing. The efficiency follow the inhibitor obtained based on the corrosion rates value each carbon steel. In this case, low corrosion rate imply high efficiency and vice versa. Okay, next. Next. That's all of our presentation. Our study on inhibitor low carbon steel corrosion using German Gemini fluid steel extract in a cell combustion medium on the 5th International Conference on experimental and computational in mechanical engineering or Icecme. Okay, thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions on this research? Again, on using jamu to reduce the corrosion. Yes. Any questions? one questions from me. In the previous research, you use with a mixture of NaCl, right?
3.5%.
3.5% of NaCl.
Yes.
And this time you use the salt containing liquid. Is it different, or what makes it different between this
Yes.
research and the previous one?
For this research, I use jamon extract, some 500 to 2,500.
Okay. Is it better with the salt containing medium, or was it with the 3.5% of NaCl?
Yes.
For the corrosion reduction. Yeah.
For the best concentration in the best for 2,500.
500 of the salt containing.
Yes.
Okay, if no more questions, so please you can close your presentation.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Thank you. And that was the last presentation for this session. Please enjoy your coffee break, and I thank for all the presenters. Thank you very much for your inspiring presentation, research, and discussion. And also for the audience for your attention. And now you can enjoy your coffee break, and please be sure to attend the opening ceremony at 10 o'clock in this room. And that's all from me. Have a blast. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
15 tahun setelah Indonesia merdeka, seluruh pelosok negeri sedang giat-giatnya bekerja keras untuk mengejar ketertinggalan di berbagai bidang demi kesejajaran dengan negara-negara lainnya di dunia. Semangat membangun pada setiap diri pada saat itu begitu membara. Tidak terkecuali di Aceh, negeri syariat titisan Teguh Iskandar Muda. Akan tetapi, semangat saja tentu saja tidak cukup. Daerah ini butuh sumber daya manusia yang mampu berpikir matang untuk mengisi setiap sisi pembangunan. Ya, Aceh butuh manusia-manusia intelektual, bukan sekedar ilmuwan, tetapi juga para teknokrat yang siap untuk bergerak maju ke depan, yang cukup mapan untuk berkiprah, bukan hanya di tingkat lokal, akan tetapi juga di tingkat nasional, bahkan internasional. Itulah alasan yang mendasari berdirinya Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala pada tahun 1963. Meskipun hanya dengan satu jurusan, yaitu teknik sipil saja, dan saat itu level program yang dikelola hanya sampai sarjana muda. Namun pada tahun 1967, fakultas ini sudah mulai meresmikan lulusannya. Berbekal perkembangan dari semua sisi, serta besarnya kebutuhan akan sarjana keteknikan di berbagai bidang keteknikan lainnya, fakultas ini terus saja melahirkan berbagai program studi baru di bidang ilmu keteknikan. Setelah program studi teknik mesin dan program studi teknik kimia yang lahir tahun 1977, fakultas ini membuka lagi dua program studi baru di tahun 1996, yaitu program studi teknik arsitektur dan teknik elektro. Hingga saat ini, Fakultas Teknik telah memiliki 11 program studi atau jurusan, selain 5 program studi yang didirikan hingga tahun 1996, beberapa tahun kemudian, program studi teknik industri, program studi teknik geofisika, program studi teknik pertambangan, serta program studi geologi resmi diluncurkan. Dua program studi terbaru yang dilahirkan lagi kemudian adalah program studi teknik komputer dan program studi teknik perancangan tata wilayah. Tak berhenti hanya di program sarjana, fakultas ini juga membuka program diploma dan magister sejak tahun 1999. 4 program diploma 3 terus eksis hingga sekarang, yaitu diploma 3 teknik sipil, diploma teknik mesin, diploma teknik kimia, dan diploma teknik elektro. Sementara itu, Fakultas Teknik juga telah melahirkan 5 program magister, yaitu magister teknik sipil, magister teknik kimia, magister teknik mesin, magister teknik elektro, dan magister teknik industri. Semua sumber daya yang dimiliki oleh Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala dioptimalkan hanya untuk mencapai satu visi, yaitu menjadi lembaga pendidikan dan riset terkemuka di Indonesia yang mampu bersaing dalam era global berdasarkan nilai yang islami. Visi ini kemudian dijawantahkan dalam misi dan tujuan yang menjadi acuan setiap kegiatan fakultas ini.
Di usia yang ke-55 tahun, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala terus memenuhi diri menuju fakultas yang inovatif, mandiri, dan terkemuka dalam bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat. Hal ini ditambah lagi dengan masuknya dunia digital.
Setelah lebih dari 50 tahun keberadaannya, Fakultas Teknik telah menjelma menjadi salah satu fakultas yang secara signifikan telah berkontribusi untuk ikut mengharumkan nama Universitas Syah Kuala. Hingga saat ini, Fakultas Teknik menjadi salah satu kontributor utama Universitas Syah Kuala dalam mendulang prestasinya. Misalnya saja, fakultas ini menyumbang jumlah promotor terbanyak untuk program beasiswa unggulan Dikti yang bernama Program Magister Menuju Doktor bagi Sarjana Unggulan atau disingkat PMDSU. Jumlah mahasiswa penerima beasiswa ini juga terbanyak dari Fakultas Teknik. Di sisi lain, fakultas ini juga menyumbang jumlah penerima grant riset dari dikti terbanyak, serta jumlah dosen terbanyak yang memiliki H-Index Scopus. Dan akibatnya bisa ditebak, Fakultas Teknik menjelma menjadi penghasil publikasi terbanyak dibandingkan fakultas lainnya di lingkungan Universitas Syah Kuala. Beberapa hasil penelitian sivitas akademika Fakultas Teknik bahkan sudah dipatenkan dan terbukti mampu memberi solusi yang tepat untuk beberapa permasalahan keteknikan di Aceh ataupun di Indonesia. Namun demikian, kuantitas dan kualitas penelitian serta publikasi dan aplikasinya masih terus ditingkatkan. Salah satunya adalah dengan cara meningkatkan kapasitas sumber daya manusianya, apalagi merujuk pada kualitas dan kuantitas sumber tenaga pengajar yang sedang tersedia. Prestasi Fakultas Teknik tidak hanya ditunjukkan oleh para staf pengajarnya, akan tetapi juga oleh para alumni dan mahasiswanya. Selain para alumni Fakultas Teknik yang telah sukses di berbagai bidang dan tersebar di Nusantara atau bahkan di belahan dunia, para mahasiswa teknik yang sering disebut anak teknik ini juga telah menunjukkan prestasi yang luar biasa melalui kreativitas mereka. Salah satu yang teranyar adalah keberhasilan mereka merancang mobil listrik Malem Diwa yang berhasil menjadi yang terbaik keempat untuk kelas prototipe listrik dalam ajang kontes mobil hemat energi se-Indonesia. Walaupun Fakultas Teknik telah jauh melangkah hingga kini, namun komitmen sivitas akademikanya tidak pernah berganti. Masih tetap ingin berbuat dan berbenah demi menjawab tantangan dan tuntutan yang masih menanti. Tentu saja demi menggapai mimpi besar, visi dan misi, sambil terus berdoa dan berharap ridha ilahi.
Ada 4 hal yang menjadi perhatian Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala. Dunia digital, di mana mirap
Program Studia memiliki 8 laboratorium yang dipergunakan untuk melayani kegiatan akademik mahasiswa dan penelitian. Di antaranya, Laboratorium Rekayasa Material, Laboratorium Mekanika Fluida, Laboratorium Motor Bakar dan Sistem Propulsi, Laboratorium Dasar Produksi, Laboratorium Desain dan Manufaktur, Laboratorium Mekanika Komputasi, Laboratorium Rekayasa Termal, Laboratorium Konstruksi dan Perancangan Mesin. Laboratorium Rekayasa Material memiliki fasilitas seperti mesin uji impact, furnace, mesin uji kekerasan, mesin uji tarik, SEM dan EDS, mikroskop metalurgi, serta mesin tes Jomini. Fasilitas pendukung juga dimiliki Laboratorium Mekanika Fluida, seperti unit pompa multi, jet impact, fan sentrifugal. Laboratorium motor bakar dan sistem propulsi dilengkapi dengan Motronic Integrated Full Injection System, Common Rail Diesel Injection System, Exhaust Emission Test Result, mesin motor bakar VW Polo MPI 1,4 16 valve, mesin motor bakar Mercedes CD13 OM646. Selain itu, pada laboratorium dasar produksi juga memiliki fasilitas, di antaranya mesin bubut knat, mesin freeze knat, mesin lastik and mic, karbit dan asitelin, welding simulator, NC plasma cutting. Fasilitas lainnya juga dimiliki laboratorium desain dan manufaktur, seperti milling mesin Icecme A8, machining center MC520, mesin bubut knat, universal tool grinder, dan stand grinding. Sedangkan pada laboratorium mekanika komputasi memiliki 20 unit personal komputer yang menggunakan software Autodesk Inventor. Thermal memiliki beberapa fasilitas, yaitu alat ukur konduktivitas thermal, solar ray collector, air conditioning, unit heat exchanger, seri peralatan pemanas. Laboratorium Konstruksi dan Perancangan Mesin. Laboratorium ini memiliki mesin meja gambar, prototipe kopling, serta prototipe roda gigi.
transportation without energy,
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful, may peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you offline from Hermes Palace Hotel Banda Aceh and online from anywhere for the opening ceremony of the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics in Engineering, Icecme 2023. My name is Raihandara Lufika. I am the Master of Ceremony for today's event. I would like to send my gratitude greetings to the representative of Institute for Research and Community Service Universitas Syah Kuala, the representative of Vice Dean or Dean in Engineering Faculty Universitas Syah Kuala, the head of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering Major Universitas Syah Kuala, Dr. Syarizal Fona, the General Chairman of the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics in Engineering 2023, Dr. Rudi Kurniawan, the honorable keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Ing. Dr. Hanus Kausa Dieter Skram from Universitat Duisburg-Essen, Germany, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal M.Eng. IPU ASEAN Eng from Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia, Professor Ahmad Kamal Arifin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Malaysia, Professor Dr. T.M. Indra Mahlia from University of Technology Sydney, Australia, Nestor Daniel B. Fernandez from Texas System, Singapore. And also honorable invited speakers, Professor Zahrul Fuadi, Professor Muhammad Rizal, Professor Ahyar, and Professor Iskandar from Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia, Professor Yulfian Aminanda from University Teknologi Brunei, Brunei Darussalam, Professor Muhammad Khalid from Sunway University, Malaysia, Malaysia, Professor Bala Subramanian from Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, India. Presenters, participants, guests, and the steering committee of the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics in Engineering, Icecme 2023. The 5th Icecme 2023 is an annual conference event held by the Mechanical and Industrial Department of Universitas Syah Kuala. All of our conferences features many honorable keynote speakers from all over the world, including Australia, Germany, India, Japan, Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, Thailand, Oman, Canada, the US, and Taiwan, and today from Singapore as well. And we also supported by partner university as the co-organizers, which are Universitas Sumatera Utara Medan and Universitas Malikus Saleh Loksmawe. To begin the opening ceremony event, we will listen to the reciting Quran by Aufa Rafiki. For Aufa Rafiki, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك قال إني أعلم ما لا تعلمون وعلم آدم الأسماء كلها ثم عرضهم على الملائكة فقال أنبئوني بأسماء هؤلاء إن كنتم صادقين سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم قال يا آدم
أعلم غيب السماوات والأرض أعلم ما تبدون وما كنتم تكتمون نعلم الملائكة آدم فسجدوا إلا إبليس أبى واستكبر وكان من الكافرين صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Alfa, for the beautiful reciting. Alfa Rafiki is the electrical and computer engineering student of Universitas Syahkuala. Before we continue the event, we would like to hear the safety briefing from the Hermes Palace Hotel for the safety briefing. Yeah, the stage is yours.
Tes 1 2 coba. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada panitia yang telah memberikan kesempatan kepada saya untuk memberikan kata-kata sambutan tentang Fear and Safety yang ada di Hotel Hermes Palace Banda Aceh. Sebelumnya saya ingin memaparkan alat pendeteksi yang ada di hotel ini sebelum terjadi kebakaran. Yang pertama, smoke detector, yaitu alat mendeteksi asap. Yang kedua, heat detector, yaitu alat yang mendeteksi kenaikan suhu panas. Yang ketiga, sprinkler, yaitu alat yang berguna untuk memadamkan api secara otomatis melampaui suhu yang telah ditentukan. Dan juga ada di Hotel Hermes Palace Banda Aceh dengan alat pemadam kebakaran, yaitu APAR, alat pemadam api ringan. Fire hydrant, yaitu alat yang guna memadamkan api dengan air. Fire blanket, yaitu alat yang digunakan untuk memadamkan api dengan cara tertutup pada api yang menyala. Apabila terjadi kebakaran, gempa dan bumi, ibu-ibu dan bapak harap berkumpul di area keluar dari hotel, di depan pos sapam. Cuma itu aja yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. And then for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Jangan
Hadirin dapat duduk kembali. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Ing Rudi Kurniawan, ST-MSc, the General Chairman of the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics in Engineering 2023, to deliver the opening remarks. We also would like to request Dr. Rudi Kurniawan to officially open the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics in Engineering 2023. We would like to invite here at the stage Dr. Rudi Kurniawan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Warm good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy to stand here to give a speech in the front of many my atuk guru. I was student from, for instance, Prof. Zarul, and Prof. Zarul was a student from Prof. Swada, Prof. Samsul, and so on. But let me give a speech for this opening. Honorable keynote speaker, Prof. Indra Mahlia, we would like to welcome you here and also to give you a big thank you for your effort to be here. Prof. Indra just landed from Australia in Kuala Lumpur at 4 o'clock this morning and continue with the AirAsia. Thank you very much, Prof. And also Prof. Ahmad Kamal Arifin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. This is a long story. I remember you took a part in CMNA conference that in 2003 in the Kuala Tripa Hotel. At that time, Prof. Samsul Rijal was the chairman. Time flies. After 20 years, we make like a silaturahmi again here. Thank you very much, Prof. Ahmad Kamal Arifin. And also other keynote speaker, Prof. Samsul Rijal, Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala from 2012 to 2020. And for you, maybe I would like to inform also that Prof. Samsul Rijal was the chairman at CMNA 2002 and 2003. And after 20 years, I stand here, and maybe another 20 years, the young generation like student will also stand here to give a speech as the chairman. I would like also to thank to other keynote speaker. Here we have Professor Shram from University of Duisburg-Essen and Mr. Nestor Daniel, invited speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This conference has a long story, start from 1999 and now already 2023, almost 25 years. And in this year, we received more than 65 submissions, and among them 60 are accepted by the committee for the presentation and will be included in the proceeding. The paper will be submitted to the lecture note of mechanical engineering and key engineering material. Last but not least, my deepest gratitude goes to the advisory board, organizing committee, international scientific committee, institution, company, volunteer who have directly and indirectly support the success of this seminar. And also we have a special thank for the LPPM. Today we have Prof. Nasrul Ar-Rahman as the representative of LPPM for the support in this conference. And also we have here the Ketua Jurusan of the other department within the Faculty of Engineering of Syah Kuala University. My God bless us all with good health and to make this event a successful and enjoyable one. Thank you very much and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh, okay. Prof. Zarul just said me, I officially open the ICECME 2023. Thank you very much and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy Kurniawan. Before the keynote speech session, we would like to hold a photo session for all of the guests. Could you please stand up to the front and move forward? Yeah. Okay. All right. It's just the change of plans, so everyone can have a seat, and then we will take a photo for the conference today. Sebenarnya bagus dari sini kan? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the keynote speech, which will be delivered by Professor Samsur Rizal from Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Ahmad Kamal Arifin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Professor Dr. T.M. Indra Mahlia from University of Technology Sydney. The keynote speech will be moderated by Professor Muhammad Rizal from Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia. So this is the end of the opening ceremony of the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics and Engineering 2023. Sorry, I just received the change of the moderator. So the moderator will be Professor Zahrul Fuadi from Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia. So I am the master of ceremony for today's event. Would like to say thank you and hope you have a pleasant time during the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Zahrul Fuadi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participant of the 5th International Conference on Experimental and Computational Mechanics in Engineering. Previously, it was called CMNA and now ICECME. Yeah. In this very wonderful morning, we will have 3 plenary speakers. The first one is Professor Samsur Rizal, and the second one, Prof. Ahmad Kamal Arifin, and the third one, Prof. T.M. Indra Mahlia. I would like to invite all of the speakers to be on the stage. Please, could you be on stage? This plenary session will be held in panel sessions. Each of the participants will deliver around 20 minutes talk, and after everyone has delivered their talk, we will have about 15 or 20 minutes Q&A session. Prof. Kamal, welcome back to Aceh. And Prof. Indra Mahlia, welcome home. Okay. The first keynote will be delivered by Prof. Samsul. He will give a talk with the title Towards National Standards for Technical Specification of SARS-CoV-2 Patient Isolation Chamber. Is it ready to start? Okay. Okay, I would like to invite Prof. Samsul to deliver the speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, today we meet in the seminar in the new, not the new, this is the fifth, because it is in 1996 or 7. I forgot it. Oh, 1990. And then we changed the name of this conference, become the International Conference on Experimental and Conventional Mechanical Engineering, because it is the first we run that seminar in CMNA between Universitas Syahkuala and UKM. And that time, many of our lecture is study in the UKM. This is now it is graduate in PhD. Oh, yeah, okay. Because it's not in normal Indonesian people. Yeah, okay, thank you. Jadi, I would like to thank to the chairman, Pak Rudy, and then also the chairman of mechanical engineering, the head of mechanical engineering, also all the member of lecture, also as the participant for the international seminar, especially is from UTS, Pak Indra Malia, Pak Jack, is the nickname is famous is Pak Jack. And then Prof. Kamal Arifin. Today I would like to give some our research, what we have done, and for future research in our lab in the Universitas Syahkuala. The title is Toward National Standard for Technical Specification of SARS-CoV and COVID-19 Patient Isolation Chamber. We got the funding from the LPDP. The member is Pak Indra Malia and the others from the Faculty of Medicine, and this collaboration between two universities, Syahkuala and UTS. What the background this research? We know many of disease is the new disease is come from the what they say from the bird, from the others bacteria, and we have in the last 3 years COVID-19 one of the suffer of the syndrome. They call the SARS also, and many of influenza and the other Middle East respiratory syndrome infected by airborne. Many of, for example, if you fly to the from the airplane, they use the HEPA filter, and also in this room they use the HEPA filter to use for the circulation, air circulation. But the problem is how the viruses and the other bacteria can be died or suffer in this room. Because in some bacteria, some viruses is less than 0.3 nanometer, cannot be by the HEPA filter have done. And the pandemic is maybe if we check the history of pandemic in the world, this is in the last pandemic is last 100 years ago in they call the Spain flu, and then in 16th century they call the the Black Death in the Europe, but that also in Indonesia the Spain flu. The high risk of infection patient is strongly recommended to be the ward in negative pressure isolation. They have some room isolation in many of hospital in Indonesia, but can be that room can prevent the cross of infection between patient and healthcare work. This is the problem. Why we reset about that room. Okay, because it is time limited, I cannot read all our what the main effect, the main activity of our research is study in the virus. The other is build the mock-up negative pressure room, improve the design and propose the standard. We know what kind of virus behavior, like the virus COVID-19. This is we see the last 3 years. Virus 19 is in 2019. It is from the they call the ELISA, enzyme link immune servant assay. This is we can see in this figure. This is the virus 19 died at 55 centigrade. But we don't know the other virus. For example, in the tropical country, this is tuberculosis virus. And now this is some part of in the world, this is they call the Nipah virus. The other virus can be one of the maybe cannot break, but we don't know. But this is the new virus found it. They call the Nipah virus. And then why we study this, how to prevent for the doctor or nursing is come to the isolation room, can not infect it, the others. We have some room. We can see the if you like to do some research in our lab, you can come and then set up the room. This is some of set up our room. You can see the figure and then some of it. Okay, yeah. This is the setup. We use the the room and patient, and then we also simulation for improve the effective the room. Yeah, we can we use some. Is it the improvement next? Next. Yeah. Okay, we put that. This is some. Okay. Before, yeah. This is some turbulency. Is it the normal room, the previous, and then to modification the room, how to prevent the doctor and nurse come to the room, and then this is some what they say, some laminar, and to prevent the doctor. Yeah, this is the room, and then patient. This is near the. Okay, we can see the simulation, but not yet for the real because this is some difficulty for the we cannot bring the patient for COVID-19 or other inside the room, and then to prevent this is some regulation. This is they make by the what I say, the higher minister regulation. But we can make some real, but this is purpose the next the improvement. And then last month we improved the system to prevent the first the ventilation, and then to improve the repositioning of the circulation, and also to finding the slight difference between energy consumption, because this is some of our goal, also the energy consumption. Okay, the future work to propose the standard of for this room for the government, or especially for the hospital, and then the last one is to apply the proposed design to real case. Yeah, and okay, I think it is the what I have we have done, and for future work, we hopefully we can make some good collaboration. I would like to invite Pak Indra Malia, because this is some of simulation must be the first our propose to be done in the UTS, because some limitation for the funding, you cannot send our student to the UTS. Maybe we hopefully, I don't know, in the chair of mechanical engineering for the future work, or the LPDP for the NEC, can be some funding. We can make some good simulation also, and then some research future work in the this research. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Samsul, for the nice plenary talk. The next one, we would like to invite Prof. Ahmad Kamal Arifin for this plenary talk, please.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh for inviting me again in Aceh, Bandar Aceh. I cannot remember how many times I'm here in Bandar Aceh. I think more than 10 times. Mostly I recognize Prof. Samsul, Prof. Indra, and the rest, especially chairman for this conference. Thank you very much for inviting me. This is the fifth international conference, and it is dynamic. It starts from numerical analysis, NAE, numerical analysis and engineering, and then CMNA, and then CEM, and now we have ICECME 2023. So it is dynamic, and it keeps changing. Okay, the title is quite general. I call it Uncertainty in Computational Mechanics, because it is related to the conference name, Challenges and Solution. Now I'm the Director for Teaching and Learning in UKM. And I also the chairman for the SDG 4 in UKM as well. So it is a quite heavy job, right? To make sure the teaching and learning at par with the research in the university. Okay. Next. Okay, I divide the talk into three. what is the current status, and then what is the challenges and also the solution. So just remember three things: what is the current, what is the challenges, and how can we approach the computational mechanics with uncertainty. So computational mechanics has been around more than 50 years. So it is not a new. Finite element has been also around and very popular. 90% of the engineering solution is using finite element, right? We have many conferences, for example, the 50 years of computational wind energy. Now we are talking about renewable energy, hydrogen energy, and many things. And also the first international workshop on computational history, 2014 previously. So now I think there are many. So the first one, 2014. Next. Computational mechanics not alone. Computational mechanics can be computational continuum mechanics, computational complexity, computational intelligence. Now we have ChatGPT. We have also computational mathematical modeling in the social science. Not only engineering, social science also make use of the computational method. We have also computational psychology. Any psychologists here? Mostly engineering. So science, social science, they also use computational method to solve the problem. Next. And after this, a long list of computational. For example, computational chemistry, up to computational medicine. They also use computational. And mind you, if somebody use AR, AR is a simple method to see in simulation. AR, we are using AR. And I believe you know what is VR. You are using that device, Google. And now we have VR in AR. In front of your screen, let's say in the screen, you can see the object. So that is VR in AR. So that is the new technology. So computational is using all the mathematics to solve the problem. For example, computational biology. They are not only see in microscope. They use computer simulation to see all the DNA, and also they can model the new DNA. Right? Next. So that is computational mechanics. Computational, they are using computer. And we focus now on computational mechanics because most of us are engineering. So what we deal is the space, XYZ, XYZ, and also time. So we are dealing with X, Y, Z space and also time, whether it is small or a big one. Okay, next. Why we need to have that computational? People might say, it is only computer. Why we need to have that study? Because of time saving, low product development costs, the increased quality, improved product performance, and a lot of innovation, creativity and innovation. That is why we are go for the computational. Next. It starts with a small idea. Everybody, all of you, student, you are dealing with AX equal to B, right? It is a matrix, a simple equation. you want to solve the x, the unknown variable, which is normally x, then there are many methods how to solve that method. For example, Gauss elimination, and that is the example of helicopter. So, okay. This is the example. I like to play helicopter model, the helicopter model. So normally I give that example. So students have to produce the A matrix and then solve the X. And this is B. Final element, especially the method that normally we use, just change X into K, which is stiffness matrix. The X is the displacement. Maybe you change your temperature. B is the loading. So this is mathematics, which is abstract. But for finite element, for computational mechanics, we just change as K U equal to F, as easy as in mathematics. Okay, next. All right, this is very simple. This is the simplest finite element model. If we have a rod, normally we use Hooke's law. This is what I meant previously when you study in mathematics. It is AX equal to B. So you change to stiffness matrix. This is the unknown displacement, and this is the loading. And then you just take out all the boundary condition, and you have this equation. So you have this, and after manipulation, you have U2, which is what is the displacement at this point. So you have PL equal to EA. This simplified equation is similar with Hooke's law previously. So that is the proof of how easy is the finite element. So next. And normally, computational mechanics not complete if you not compare with experiment and also with the exact solution. So to make it complete system, you need to have testing, you need to have the mathematical exact solution. So why you need to have finite element simulation? Because you can run a complex problem and also a complex system. Next. What is the challenge now? If you have multi-scale from atom to the cosmos, cosmos is the sky, it is a big, and you have atom. So you have multi-scale. If you have, normally the finite element is expensive. So it is a challenge. And the gap between simulation and understanding. And also finally, not many people like to work with simulation. And also it need to have collaboration. Next. And I want to talk about uncertainty. Uncertainty, we have two types of uncertainty. One is aleatory uncertainty. For example, the eruption of a volcano or the tsunami. Do we know when will the tsunami? We didn't know. So that is uncertainty. The other one is epistemic uncertainty. Epistemic uncertainty, we know how we can control. My talk, it is about epistemic uncertainty. Next. This is the from atomic scale to the world scale. So this is micro scale, this is macro scale. Next. And there are few There are few methods, for example, finite element, extended finite element, boundary element, discrete element, molecular dynamics. So it is considered the method how to solve the problem. Next. And solution, we need to have more people work on computational mechanics and uncertainty. This is also big challenge, the neuromechanics, inverse problem. Now we are talking about AI, so we incorporate the artificial intelligence into the computational mechanics to solve uncertainty. Next. This is Richard Feynman in 1965. What he said, modern science is characterized by uncertainty. The uncertainty was mentioned many years ago by Nobel Prize Richard Feynman. Next. This is epistemic uncertainty. For example, when we measure this, we said it is about 30. And then we use another apparatus. Well, it is 28. When we use another method, more accurate, it is about 28.4. So from 30 to 28.4, what does it matter? It is a small point. So it is considered uncertainty. Next. And also when we measure in physics last time, if you measure not a straight horizontal, maybe your eye is from top and then also from bottom, it gives you different value. So next. From atomic size, let's say 44.89 plus minus 0.1 nanometer. So plus minus is also considered uncertainty. Next. And a big size. Hundreds of thousand kilometers. So you have plus minus 1.0 meter. That is plus minus. Next. Let's say this one. If you see this this point, it is about, can you read? This one, it is about very difficult to measure. So this is the exact one is 267. So if it is only analog, you can measure, you can just imagine this is about 300 mm. So next. So uncertainty occurs in everyday life, scientific and technical context. The important is how to establish reliability uncertainties. Next. Now we have many approach. Previously, we are talking about parametric study. We change the variable, but now we have more complex how to solve the problem. At the moment, maybe we can up to complex based design or uncertainty management to solve our problem. Next. Many conferences, they are talking about uncertainty. This is the example. Next. Why we need to study the uncertainty? I give you a very simple analogy or very simple equation here. This is 2 times 2. Every weightage is similar. Let's say 1.5. This is 1.5. 6.001 similar. The thing is, this 21.003, you have the solution of 2, 3. But if you take out 0.000, you miss the 3 here, which is only 0.014%. it gives you different result. So how this small matter give you different result, right? So next. Normally finite element, we give exact value. For example, the geometry, the loading, the parameter here, Young modulus for steel as easy as 200 gigapascal. Does it give you the real value? Next. This is an example of uncertainty source, which they have plus minus. Every structure you have fit and limit, that is the source of uncertainty. Next. If you have an experiment of SN curve, so you have a range of value. It is not a one number from maximum to minimum. Next. So for example, the threshold for stiff for the SIF, it is a range of this from 3 to 4. It is a small number, but it gives you big result. Next. If you have a range of result, you can use that as Gauss behavior. But if you have less number, you cannot use Gauss distribution. You have the minimum, you have the maximum, and you have the mean. Right, next. When you do experiment, there are many results here. So that is the source of uncertainty. Next. And the good things, you can incorporate the computational mechanics with the simulation. Here, this is the setting or the original finite element, and you use the random parameter, which is uncertain. Normally, we incorporate the artificial intelligence inside the finite element. And also, you have the fatigue test here, and you put all together in the solution. So you have the artificial intelligence, you use finite element, and you use the experiment. So the experiment, not only for validation, but the experiment is to have the history of the result to be learned by the artificial intelligence. So they are incorporating each other. So next. So a simple beam, cantilever beam. So this is the finite element and also the exact solution. So just put the Monte Carlo simulation inside here. It become real. Next. People might use Monte Carlo, but they have the limitation for the data, and Latin hypercubes solve the Monte Carlo problem. Next. And this is the fuzzy analysis. So if you have the random value, but you have the small number of data, so you can use fuzzy analysis. For example, you use finite element, this is the parameter, this is parameter, but normally we have a range, the minimum and maximum. You just put the variable into the finite element and you run the problem, you have better result and shows and represent the real result. Next. If you have an experimental value, this is experiment, but using computational uncertainty, you have this minimum value and you have the maximum value to represent what happened in the system. So this is another result. This is calculation from computational. You give the minimum value and the maximum value. All the data from experiment are in between the result. So next. If you have this problem, if you use only finite element, it is symmetry. So you don't know which one. But in simulation, the red will give you the result. But along the time with calculation, you can predict which one will fail. In conventional finite element, in conventional simulation, you just only give the first one, right? Next. Why you need the maximum and minimum? Normal calculation, they give you this result because you are only deal with mean value, but having the uncertainty, you can reach the failure here. So the reliability of the structure you can measure from uncertainty computational mechanics. I think this is the last one. Next. Yeah, last I've been mentioned. So thank you to all the students. The red color is from Aceh. Ada Pak Rudi situ namanya. Si Faul ada? Si Faul? Nurul tak masuk Mana Nurul? Ada tak sini? Ya sini, Nurul ada. So there are many students from Aceh. The light red is from Indonesia as well, but from Medan. Let's say Toulouse and also Sabri. And the rest, the red one is from Indonesia, from Aceh. Right, thank you very much. Ramai sekali. Itu yang warna merah itu. I give you the QR code. You can get the note from that website. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Kamal, for a wonderful talk. The last plenary talk today will be delivered by Prof. Indra Mahdia. Is it already? Yeah, please, Prof. Indra.
Kenapa ya? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Oh, yang get. Firstly, I would like to thank for organizer for inviting me, and I'm happy to be here. Saya lihat banyak kawan lama, Prof. Husni, sama-sama striker dulu di UM, Pak Dandi Batiar, Pak Ahmad Suada. I'm happy to be here again, and thank you for inviting me. This is actually the project is kalau kita bilang dulu apa latihan ilmiah dari Profesor Samsurizal. So my role just to calculate the techno-economic analysis. All the data is from him. If something wrong with the data, it's not my mistake, it's his mistake. Right? The project is actually, what if University Shah Kuala, we replace this electricity from the grid with the renewable energy? How much it costs, what we need to do, and how much the investment costs. This one, I think you know. Even in last time, my home is in Lamdingin, close to the beach. Lapangan bola pun dah hilang sebab global warming. You can see it clearly. I think I don't need to explain. So one of the solution to solve this thing is to use renewable energy. Yeah, it's look like it's not related to the conference. It's actually related because we use the software here. Software that's, but this one very new software. It's created in 2018 as the younger sister of the Homa Pro. Okay, the trend in the old days, we use electricity generated somewhere. Even still today, we still use the electricity that generated somewhere where we use the fossil fuel to generate electricity. And today, what we use is microgrid, where we generate electricity in situ. Like my home now in Sydney, we use about 5.5 kilowatt of renewable energy. So sometimes I don't have to pay electricity. The power generation pay me. So if this one can be implemented in Indonesia, we start with the University Shah Kuala. It will be a great start, especially for youngster, for the student. And we're now moving for the grid to microgrid, which is small turbine, small PV, small generator, hydrogen energy, and so on and so forth. So microgrid is actually modern grid, which sometimes we can sell the electricity to the higher grid. The modern microgrid integrated diverse generation and storage system. Sometimes we use hydrogen for storage. And at night, we generate electricity through fuel cell. And offer autonomous localized energy provision with or without main grid, main electricity grid. And the key incentive for microgrid deployment include the enhanced resilient economic benefit, renewable energy integration, and peak load management. And microgrid include multiple generation and storage. So the problem now in electricity generation is storage. The only storage that commercially available is battery. And this one can, when the electricity is unavailable, so we use the storage. The future of the storage in Australia is hydrogen energy. Okay, what is microgrid? Microgrid is the grid that range size from 2 to 3 kilowatt hour, like in my home, to over 100 megawatt that comprise of any combination of the following. They must have a renewable energy like wind, solar, generator, control system, storage, electric load, and grid. Like now in Malaysia, I think Prokamal, they sell the Tesla now. So it's good to have like a Tesla battery to recharge the car. But in my opinion, the Tesla is not the solution because it will create bigger problem than internal combustion engine because of the battery. For Tesla, about 200 kilogram battery down there. where in Malaysia, even in Indonesia sometimes, all car we just dump into palm oil industry. And if the battery in water stream and we drink the water, it will create more problem. Unlike in Australia, they have battery processing technology where the old car they have to send to the battery processing technology to reproduce the battery. So there are two things here. One, off-grid. Off-grid means there is no electricity from main grid, which is used for telecom site, remote homes, army, village and small community, island nation, like in the middle of Indian Ocean, mining operation, and isolated chemical plants, which is usually dangerous for community like fertilizer. On grid, which is the grid that connected to main grid, like hospital, university campuses, like USK, community, factory, officer, hotel, and so on and so forth. Okay, now Indonesia. As you know, Indonesia located in Southeast Asia, and we have about 18,000 islands stretching from 5,000 kilometers, which is from Tehran to London. How many countries is that? And from east to the west is 5,000 kilometers, and from south to north about 1,800 kilometers. However, so many islands, we don't have enough electricity. So one of the solution is to use this microgrid thing, because we have plenty of solar energy. Okay, this proportion of energy in Indonesia, the total energy mix, which is overall, as you can see here, how many percent? About 80%, 90% still we use the fossil fuel. For electricity generation, we still use here, like we still use coal and gas, which is 83%. Oil, 83, 87. 87% we're still using for fossil fuel. The percentage of this renewable energy for electricity generation, we still mostly we use geothermal, where the technology is quite old, but it's not really suitable for small grid. So we still use wind only 3% and solar 2%, where in other country more than 10% already. Okay, for this case, the objective of the study is to encourage the use of renewable energy in the country as replacement for coal, gas, and oil, and to conduct the techno-economic analysis and optimization of Universitas Syah Kuala grade as alternative of using electricity from power generation, and to create a critical mass in which the future generation can learn and contribute to society. Sorry. This is what we do in Australia. Like my own university, we have solar panel up there where the student can go and learn. So this is the thing that you should have here, and the investment, I think, not very, very high. Okay. Okay, Homer grid. There are, I know you heard about Homer. That's Homer Pro. This Homer grid is actually introduced in 2018. It enhanced the efficiency modeling grid connected hybrid energy system and analyzing the cost reduction strategies. Building on its older sister, which is Homer Pro, which is developed for standalone. This one for Homer grid, it's grid connected, means we can calculate the energy required for the building, whether to use electricity from grid or from renewable energy. Or we use the battery or we use from the grid. Because until today, the battery is still very expensive, especially and not competitive, especially in Indonesia where, yeah, you feel the electricity expensive, but compared to battery price, it's quite cheap actually. So this software combine the engineering and economic data to facilitate the complex calculation of optimization, self-consumption, demand charge reduction, and energy arbitrage. So this one, because sometimes we pay electricity in peak load different when we pay electricity in the non-peak load. With this software, you can put that thing in the software. Unlike Homer Pro, you cannot put the change of electricity price at the day or night. Okay, this Homer grid is actually what you need for Homer grid. The first thing that we need is project input, where we have to have a load profile for 24 hours. We can calculate the average and site specification. What does it mean? You must have latitude and longitude where you want to develop that thing. So this one can be calculated for manufacturing, for chemical industry, and so on and so forth. And then you have to have system component, what you want to use. Whether you use the solar energy, wind energy, or water turbine, whatever available around that longitude and latitude. Then what we can do with Homer grid, we can calculate sensitivity analysis. How if the price of electricity increase? How is the price of fuel increase? Or how is the interest rate increase? You can put there, and we can optimize. Optimize means like with the price of electricity in the future, is it beneficial to use the battery? That kind of thing you can calculate here. And the result you can get is economic then engineering analysis, system sizing, how many solar panel do you need, how many wind turbine do you need, performance detail like efficiency, how many % of renewable energy, financial, and many others result. So the data required, first location specification, longitude and latitude, and then the data required for modeling, namely the average electricity load for 24 hours. So this one, you can measure if you want to get the exact data, or you can use the electricity bill. You can calculate through electricity bill. Where I told you just now, the electricity bill for Shah Kuala University, I get from him. If anything wrong, you blame my supervisor. Then the daily radiation of cleaners index of the location. Why you need this latitude and longitude? Because the data of this thing already available, created by NASA or LBL lab in the US. So you know the radiation and cleaners index in that particular location, including the wind speed and daily temperature. And then based on that, based on the data you can see there, what you have, then you choose the system architecture. System architecture means what type of renewable energy that you can use in that particular spot. I will show you later on. So this is the methodology flowchart. You start, then you choose the location, then you develop electricity load demand, then you input the electricity tariff in that particular country or particular location. Then system architecture, what type of renewable energy that you want to use, like PV, wind turbine, or water turbine, and so on and so forth. Then when you get that thing, because like wind turbine, you have to know wind speed. So you have to know the wind speed, solar, and then you have to put techno-economic data like interest rate in that particular country, what else? Discount rate, and so on and so forth. Then we calculate the result. If you are satisfied, we go forward to, we calculate net present cost of energy here, or renewable energy fraction and emission reduction. So this one, the first one, location specification. For Shah Kuala University, yeah, the location. For this software, you can directly go there and you see the location. Like this, what is available. Like here, this Jembatan Lamyong. Then somewhere around here, this is Shah Kuala University. So this one, for this case, I propose here to put the solar panel over here about the size of football field and one wind turbine for this case. And let's see. And this is the electricity bill of Shah Kuala University. This one for 1 year annually. This one I get from Pak Samsul. Then based on that, I calculate the average electricity load demand, as you can see here, which is very low in the morning, and at 7 people coming to the office, and it peak at from 8 to 5 o'clock, and down after that because people going back. Then we download the daily radiation and clearness index from the software. So we get this, as you can see here, daily radiation in that particular place. And this one clearness index. Then this one, the average temperature based on month in that particular place. This is wind speed. Yeah, very low, quite low. So what we can do, sometimes we have to increase the height of the hub of the turbine. Then we propose the system. For my case, this one I propose. This one is actually from power generation dari PLN. This is the load we calculate just now. The load of electric. Then I propose we have PV. I propose wind turbine. Then the battery. So PV mostly DC, so we have the conversion here, DC to AC. The component of the proposed system, as you can see here, PV, the lifetime is 25 hours, and the capital cost is this amount, replacement cost, and the storage, 10 hours, still battery, wind turbine, this is the price, 25 years, converter, 15 years. So this one we have to replace at least 2 times for the battery. This is solar PV cost. As you can see here, the price of anything if you buy in bulk amount usually become cheaper. As you can see here, if we buy only 5 kilowatt, about 18 solar panels, the price is 100 per kilo. The price is about this amount per kilowatt hour. But if you buy this amount, the price become 54% lower because logistic costs become lower. Same goes to the battery. If we buy in the small amount, small capacity, it will be expensive. But if we buy in the bulk amount, it's become cheaper. So what we calculate? We calculate for economic analysis, we need interest rate in that particular country. It's different from different country. And levelized cost of energy, net present cost, salvage value after end use, IRR, return on investment. But what the economists want to do, our boss want to know this simple payback, how long it will get the payback. This is the economic data. I use the cheapest one. That's about for 14,000 rupiah per dollar, and nominal discount rate 6.6, inflation rate 2.0. It's quite low actually. And project lifetime, following the lifespan of the PV, 25 years. This is the result. Even though, as you can see here, it's actually the best system for Shah Kuala University. If we consider only the economic, the best one is actually to use electricity from PLN. Why? Because the electricity price very low. But if we want to sacrifice a little bit to use the renewable energy, for example, this one the best one. If we consider the cost of energy, this one the cheapest one, 0.446, as you can see, and the operating cost is minus here, mean we have benefit, and the renewable energy fraction is up to 82%. So we can use the 82% of renewable energy to operate our university, if we are willing to invest. Okay, this one the optimized system. What is the difference? The difference is, as you can see here, the battery is not selected in the optimized system here. Why? It's better to use the electricity from power generation than we invest for the battery, because the battery quite expensive. We have to replace 2.5 times for the whole life of the system. So when we have no electricity here, we use the electricity from the grid or from the PLN. So we don't use the battery. But in Australia, what I calculate, it's because the price of electricity about 2.5 25 cents. So we can get a lot of benefit if we use the battery, especially if we have the electric vehicle at home. But here, it's better to use electricity from the grid than using the battery.
Excuse me, bro. Could you speed up a little bit?
Okay. This is the electricity production per year, mostly, as you can see here, mostly from solar energy. This electricity generation, as you can see here, they're mostly generated by PV and wind turbine. This one, the electricity we use from power generation. This the investment cost. Mostly investment cost is for PV here, since PV the one that generate most of electricity. This is the economic metric of the system. As you can see here, the most important thing is payback period. As Prof. Samsul say, in Japan, it's quite good. But in Indonesia, the investor want to see payback period less than 5 years, which is but in Japan, you still can invest. But here, I think investor not interested because quite long, more than half the lifespan of the turbine PV. This is the comparison between if we use the electricity from the PLN or from the renewable energy. So the most important thing here, despite of renewable energy's potential to supply 82% of energy from for University Shah Kuala, the cost effectiveness is challenged by inexpensive coal-based electricity generation in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you for Indra Mahlia. We can now have a Q&A session, but because the time is very limited, I would invite maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yeah, please. Please mention your name, and the question is directed to which speaker.
Yes. Thank you, moderator, for the nice opportunity. Honorable, all the extraordinary, all keynote speakers have attained. My name is Diva. I'm from industrial engineering student. I want to ask to Professor Kamal that, as we know, that uncertainty is an important part that needs to be considered in computing. Therefore, how to mitigate or manage uncertainty in computational mechanics simulation to make more accurate decisions? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. It is hard. It is a tough question. Sorry, can you? I cannot get the question. Can you?
Okay, I repeat again. My question is, therefore, how to mitigate or manage uncertainty in computational mechanics simulation to make more accurate decisions? That uncertainty is the important part to the computing.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Viva, is it Viva? All right. Okay. Good question. Good question from you. I did mention the computational mechanics has been around more than 50 years, 50 years. And until now, they are using deterministic value. All the variables they are getting from means. I give you an example just now. For example, the Young modulus for steel, it is between 180 gigapascal to 250 gigapascal. From 180 to 250, it is a lot. But normally in finite element or in computation mechanics, they are taking one value. For example, 210 gigapascal. So it is a big range of variable. It's only one variable. There are many. There are more than 5 value for the engineering calculation. Normally more than 5. For example, the geometry, the area, the type of boundary condition, and how to make sure the result or the mitigation, the result are accurate. So that is also a good question. Normally, we have the history of that system. So from there, we learn from the history and put into the calculation. So it is not only validation. Normally, when we do simulation, we need experimental validation. Now, we take all the value from experiment, put into the calculation. So it is a good holistic calculation, not only validation. So I hope it will answer your question. And if you're not satisfied or you're not sure about the result, just see me for further explanation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Kamal. Maybe I want to invite one more question, if there is. Okay. Yeah, please. Okay, 2 more questions. Another one is from Dr. Israr. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rodatul Naza. I'm from the Industrial Engineering Syah Kuala University. I want to ask about to Mr. Kamal. My question is there any specific measurement to find to right solution from the complication results? Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any
specific measurement to find to the completion
result? Okay. Also good question. It is I give another view of the question. Is there any measurement? How is the accuracy for the simulation result? All right. Simulation, normally we use computer. So that's why we call it computational mechanics. So the computer simulation based on formula. They have the governing equation. For example, Y equal to function of X. X is the variable. There are many variables, for example, the Young modulus and many things, temperature. So the result give only one value. For example, the velocity or maybe the displacement. So how we know that is the good result? Normally, people might use experimental result to validate. Yeah, you see, you have the graph of simulation and you have the graph of experimental. So if it is straight, R equal to 0.99, so we call it a good result with the experimental result. So normally we do the comparison from simulation and experiment. But again, I have to emphasize, experiment also not easy, too expensive, and maybe it is a new issue, new problem. So we don't have any experimental result. So we learn from whatever history and incorporate into the calculation. Calculation not necessarily mathematical formulation, but the history of the phenomena. So incorporating the history of the problem and also the mathematical formulation. So combine that, this is what we leverage on artificial intelligence. So we have deep learning, we have machine learning into the calculation. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Prof. Kamal will be here the rest of the day. You can find him later and catch up with the discussion. Okay. The last one, maybe from Dr. Israr. A very short question, please.
Okay. Can I have two questions? Okay. I recently read an article about it's called Energy and Civilization. So there's this argument that a civilization cannot really advance without them using and produce more energy instead of less energy. To me, it seems that with this movement in renewable, you're gonna have to use energy less and efficiently. So this is, so for example, can you fuel rocket engine with renewable energy? Can you fuel carrier ships? Or can you use renewable energy for ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence, which use a lot of energy actually. So I think our movement to renewable energy seems to contradict the advance in civilization. I would like to ask your opinion on this, probably more into Professor Indra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Indra, please.
I think this renewable energy, similar to fossil fuel, just like renewable energy, like in the space. So I answer this one first. I think the first use of fuel cell in the space, in the rocket space, about renewable energy contradict the future. You are saying like this renewable energy is the source. Based on this renewable energy, you can produce anything. You can produce gasoline, you can produce solar, you can produce anything. The thing is the source. The source must be renewable energy. Now, the problem now, you dig down there and you burn to atmosphere. If, for example, you get the CO2 from atmosphere, renewable energy from atmosphere, mixed with whatever like water or whatever chemical you need, you produce gasoline, you produce petrol, you produce whatever you want to produce, but the source must be renewable energy. you get the point. There is one company now in Australia. They just invest in Tasmania. They produce liquid fuel from using renewable energy. So that the concept. It's not like the concept is not to produce energy. You dig from there and you release the greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. That's my answer.
Okay.
Thank you. Can Prof, another question from civil engineering?
Okay. Please be very short.
Okay, short.
Pak,
Thank you,
yeah,
Prof.
the last
Yeah.
one, Pak. Yeah, please.
Udah datang kan, jadi harus
Please.
tanya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very interesting topic actually. My name is Surya Dharma from Civil Engineering, nih Prof. My question, the first goes to Prof. Samsul, and the next dengan Prof. Indra Mahlia. I'm your team actually when the Uniswalaya at the time, Prof. Indra.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
And I'm civil engineer now.
Yes. At the UN. At the time we do with Prof. Indra Mahlia under the Dadinda project, Prof. From the transportation energy consumption at the time, dengan Prof. Mas Juki actually. Prof. Samsul, because my background is from civil engineering, maybe because it's very interesting about the technical certification. Is it for the other countries they got this specification, and how about the buildings? It is considered the building materials, something like that. And for Prof. Indra, maybe can we got the updates of how the relation about the renewable energy to the transport system now, because it's very important now. All the vehicles now, they should use the hybrid technology and so on. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak. For Prof. Samsul, maybe we'll address the first question.
Yeah, thank you. We use some board for the mock-up of our experimental room. This is we calculate what the material we use it, and then the problem is for the heat transfer. Yeah. The first, and the other is because it is in mock-up room temperature, is also the efficiency of energy. We calculate the efficiency of energy in normal room, and we use that, and then we change the the ceiling system in the air conditioning. This is for the we want to make that inside the room, but the circulation not make the turbulency, because it's a danger for the doctor and nursing. Okay, thank you.
And the next one, Prof. Indra is going to address.
You can come.
Okay. The question is, what is the source of the energy for transport sector in the future? If you go now to ChatGPT, okay, the most reliable car, it will go to Toyota. Why Toyota does not produce electric vehicles? The one who produce electric vehicle only opportunist company like China company, Tesla, and everything. Why Toyota? Other cannot see the future, or other like lack of education? Because the game changer is hydrogen energy, not electric vehicles. These electric vehicles will create problem, especially in developing country, more than internal combustion engine. Because here in Indonesia, in Malaysia, end use of the car, you put in the, where do you put it? Dalam palm oil mill in the estate. Can you imagine 200 kilogram of the battery in the car there, and you put in the water stream and you drink the water? What will happen? So for you youngster here, if you want to study energy, you study about hydrogen. The game changer is hydrogen, not electric vehicles. These electric vehicles by opportunist company. Believe me. The game changer is hydrogen energy. I study biofuel for long time, about 20 years. Now I changed to hydrogen because I can see the future now. When I moved to Australia 5 years ago and understand how the system, the game changer is hydrogen energy, not electric vehicles. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful talk. Please give a big applause to the three of the participants. Okay, there's a bit memoranda from the organizing committee. Please be raised, and we will give some memoranda for all of the presenter. Oh, it's a nice Prof. Kamal and Prof. Maria. Yeah. Okay, please, we stand for the.
I have hair now. Okay, thank you. Photos, Prof. Control.
Okay. Once again, please give a big applause for the presenter today. Thank you. I will give back this session to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sudah prepare lama di tim. Okay, now we are continue to the invited speaker. We are already postponed by 30 minutes. So I would like to greet to Dr. Zulfian. Are you already in the Zoom?
Yes, I'm here already.
And
Since the opening, yeah.
Yeah, Prof. Khalid, are you already in the Zoom?
Yes, I'm here. Assalamualaikum.
Prof. Zulfian, because Prof. Khalid has another meeting, so I would like to invite first Prof. Khalid, but due to the very limited time, maybe can you do the presentation in 10 minutes, Prof. Khalid?
Yeah, I will try my best to complete in within
Sorry
10
for
minutes.
very short time, but
Yeah.
you have another
Okay.
meeting with the people from Kazakhstan, I think, yeah?
Yes, yes. So,
Okay. Yeah, Prof. Khalid, time is yours.
yeah, so let me share my screen. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes, very clear.
All right. So I will be talking about the upcycling of single-use plastic into carbon nanomaterials for energy storage devices. So I am Professor Muhammad Khalid, head of Research Center for Electrochemical Energy and Sustainable Technology. Right. And I would like to thank the organizing committee, Prof. Samsul, Prof. Zarul, and Dr. Rudy for inviting me to this talk. Yeah. So I'm not going to go through this one. Let me tell you about our work. We are mostly into material synthesis and its application into energy systems, and also in terms of different application, for example, nanofluids, lubricants, sensors, energy storage, tribology. And we do produce a lot of different materials using different techniques. For example, we use microwave synthesis techniques or hydrothermal, but our lab focuses more on the work on the production using the microwave synthesis. And I would talk a bit about how we are using this microwave synthesis techniques in converting the single-use plastic to carbon materials, which can be used further for energy storage devices. Yeah. So if you see, the plastic has plagued our whole environment, our places, our cities, countries. So it's one of the biggest issue right now we are facing. And what we are producing, if you look at the statistics, we are producing more than 800 billion tons of plastic since 1950s, and about 60% of this plastics goes to landfill or the natural environment. So only around 30 to 40% we are able to recycle, and this actually creates a huge issue in our system. And also the secondary issue is comes to a microplastic, which is again a big topic right now. So I will be just discussing how we can actually use our techniques to actually utilize this one within the system rather than actually wasting and sending it to landfills. Yeah. So one of the greatest challenge we are facing is the sustainability. We are all talking about sustainability in our environment. So as the population increasing, and as you see, by 2030 we'll be around 8.5 billion of the population, and this will actually create a huge issue of the waste. And especially one of the things with our culture is to do packaging foods or takeaway foods. That culture is actually creating big issues, especially in Malaysia and other growing countries. And one of the bigger issue comes now is when China stopped taking in the plastic for recycling. Most of the plastic has been dumped in Malaysia, and it has been increasingly problematic in the country. And Malaysia is one of the biggest, the country in terms of using the packaging within the Southeast Asian region. Yeah. So after COVID, this problem has become or has worsened because a lot of things has become in terms of takeaway food things or drinks. So it's a lot of plastics which has been generated. So what we are trying to see is how we can recycle these plastics in more sort of an eco-friendly tech way, and use those things in terms of energy storage. Yeah. So there are different methods, as you can see here, and one of the methods what they do is to feedstock recycling, which they use it for burning in the incinerator, and they use that heat to actually power up other things. But again, it creates a lot of pollution and secondary pollutants when you are doing so. So what could be a different solution? And you see most of the plastics or thermoplastics are carbon based materials. They have a backbone of carbon. These things can be actually converted to carbon, graphitic carbon or carbon nanomaterials that in turns actually can be used to have as an anode for battery storage material. And as we have seen, there is a lot of demand will be in the future, and in terms of energy storage devices, whether it's renewable. You can talk about renewable, but you still have to have a storage device where you can going to store the energy. And looking at the database or the statistics, you can see it is going to go up to 27 to 30% increase annually, and by 2030 it will actually reach around 20% increase from 2022 to 2030. So it's a huge jump. And how we are going to actually fulfill these demands, whether we are going to go for a pure virgin sources every time, or do we have a choice to do a recycling of whatever we have, the carbon source we can get from the recycling material. So one of the solution which we are actually doing is trying to use that single-use plastic within our lab. We use this sort of an centrifuge tube which we use one time and we discard. But what we are trying to do is we try to use this material, use the microwave synthesis under the high pressure with which we use a hydrothermal technique, and we try to convert without actually letting out any harmful gases in the environment. We convert the whole thing within the carbon material, and this carbon material we activate and use it for the production of the electrode material. That electrode material is again used back in terms of the energy storage device. In our case, we can use in pouch cell or coin cells. Yeah. So to do this, we need to actually see what are the parameters which will be the best operating conditions, which will give you uh, uh, which will use low resources or less resources. So we need to go for an optimization of the design, which we use by using RSM and central composite design to look into how many what will be the most suitable parameters or variables. By changing, we can get a better what you call the intensity ratios of the carbon. But this ratio will define how defect free is your carbon. So the lower the number, the better is the quality of that carbon. So we did the validation by using the RSM and CCD, and we found that these are the conditions which can give you a better sort of an ID over IG ratio or the less defects. And when we compare with the experimental values and validated it based on these conditions, we found that they match perfectly without having any deviation. So which gives, that means you can use those conditions and actually can repeat and produce your material in bulk quantity, and then you can use it for your product or the energy storage devices. So this is the steps which you use to activate the material, because once you get the carbon material, it is not activated, it is not porous, or it cannot actually carry your lithiation process if you don't activate it, and your performance will be lower. So you need to get it activated using the following step which has shown here. Yeah. And then we compare this morphology using SEM. This is carbon getting from the polypropylene, then we activate at different temperatures. So as you see, as you activate at higher temperature around 800 degrees, you will get a better 3D structure in terms of morphology and also the pore size, which can actually help you to have a better intercalation, and you will get a pure carbon. Yeah. So XRD shows also the same, that at higher temperature you will get a better peak and better graphitization, and also confirmed by the Raman, where you have a lower ID over IG ratio of around 0.8. So that means the disorder is less and you have a better graphite crystalline sizes. Yeah. So now we need to see whether our carbon which you have produced does the gives the desired outcome or desired performance. So we have to run for the electrochemical analysis. So we have run for the cycling for a cycling behavior at different from 0.1 to 2 volts at a current density of 0.2 amperes per gram, and we see again that 800 activated carbon at 800 degrees gives you a best performance of around 380 milliampere per gram. That is actually comparable or better than the commercially available activated carbons. And same goes for this Coulombic efficiency. So even at 100 cycles, the Coulombic efficiency shows around 100% retention of your cyclability. So this material could be used can be used as a commercially replacement of your graphite. And further, to see the current density, if you increase the current density, and then you can see from 0.2 to 1, we can still maintain the specific capacity around 274 milliampere per gram. And once you increase back to 0.2 ampere gram, it comes back to its original value, which shows it has a good electrochemical reversibility. And looking at the CV curve, we have done it for 100 cycles. Every cycle it shows reversible behavior. So it can actually sustain a good performance. And this one we have also compared with the existing literature. This work actually gives you around 381 milliampere per gram compared to all other materials which have been published in the literature. So this has the good sort of an potential to be used as an future for energy storage material to replace the activated carbon. And again, it will solve your purpose of a lot of plastic waste which you can actually do recycling. So all over I can say this is a plastic recycling in terms of the carbon material has a good potential, and you can actually, if you optimize it properly, you can get a better rate capability and the performance when you actually make it the full cell for the testings. All right, and that is all from my side. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Khalid. So we will continue to the Prof. Sulfian. So if you have next schedule, I mean the meeting, we will write the question from the audience and pass to you. Is that okay, Prof. Khalid?
Yes, I'm okay. That's no problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And next we go to the Prof. Yulfian. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think thanks again for the invitations. I think this is the third time I participate in Icecme since I think this is the first, the second, and third one, I believe. So I share my presentation first. All right, can you see my presentations? my slides?
Yes, very clear.
All right, thank you. All right, so I plan to presenting one of the work that we've done before on the honeycomb strategy panel. But nowadays, since we are doing all the bio thing, so we try to put it all using biomaterials. And I believe as well, I work with a group of in mechanical engineering, Universitas Syahwala on biocomposites. So I think it's a good time to presenting this one as well to you all. So the idea is I work a lot with the Airbus in studying of the honeycomb structure for the aircraft applications in terms of its capability in absorbing energy. So we go along and then we propose finite element models, parameter studies, and so on. We propose a design concept, design chart for designing this type of the honeycomb structure for aircraft applications. And then after this, we're thinking that not only for the aircraft structure, if we can use it for the lower loading application, for example, for the tables, for the walls of the houses, and so forth, then I believe we can use it the same methodology, the same result, the same finite and element modeling, but we are using the bio.
Prof. Yulfian, would you please how to say to increase the volume of your speaker? We
All right.
cannot hear you clearly here.
All right. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's better.
All right. Okay. So I think I have to approach him. Okay. Now I think, as I said, just we work a lot with Airbus in studying the honeycomb structure in absorbing the energy capabilities. Therefore, we go through all the way. We propose definite element models. We propose a design chart for it. Then we are thinking later on in our Southeast Asia area how to use this one for the lower material specifications for the lower loading application. For example, for the tables, for the wall of the houses, and so on and so forth. So therefore, I think within the same methodology and the same approach, we try to do it using the same methods. Okay, so therefore, we are thinking about using honeycomb made from paper.
Prof. Yulfian.
Yeah.
We cannot see your presentation rolling. Just stay at the first page.
Oh, okay. So here I'm rolling it.
No, this stand.
If I put it this way, okay. Still remain the same.
No, it's just at the first page.
Okay, I stop first the sharing and then come back again to share it. Yeah. Share. Okay, so
Prof.
Yeah.
Prof. Yulfian, could you put your slide into slideshow mode?
Okay. No, I cannot have it. I cannot go to that one. How come? Slide shows. Okay, what I will do, I will close it again. I think I need to close these files and
You start the presentation, start the slideshow, then sharing.
yeah, I think, oh, okay. I do that one first, yeah. Put it first. So I put the slideshow first, all right, and then sharing. Can you see it now?
Unfortunately, no.
No, huh? So how I can make it? If I stop here, I close. This is a Zoom. If I close the Zoom or what? Okay, I close this one. Okay. Oh, no. So I cannot come back to, I cannot unshare my slides. Is it possible? And slideshows.
Buat jadi ini, buat jadi host, co-host. Enggak. Udah co-host. Oh, maybe can you send the presentation to Dr. Iqbal, and
right.
then we will open here.
All right.
PDF file. But in yeah.
In PDF.
I think on the upper left corner in Zoom, you might switch between your screens, and then we could see it probably.
Okay, I send it first to Iqbal.
As you like.
In meantime, maybe can you send to Pak Iqbal the presentation file, and kirim ke mana? Iqbal show aja. Bisa langsung. Perlu waktu lama nggak? Hah? Ya. Oh, nanti postpone. Show aja. Ya. Show. Okay, Prof. Yulpian, can you see the presentation?
All right. Yeah, I try to make it quick anyway. So, all right. So, can I start now?
Yeah,
please. Okay, the background, basically we are doing a lot of, already studying on the honeycomb structure in observing the energy for the honeycomb structure for aircraft applications. So we try to use all the methodology and the result and the finite element model and so on, using the using the biomaterials for the low loading applications, such as maybe for the table, for the wall of the houses, and so forth. All right, so next. So I just started with the product first, and later on the result of the research on it. So now we try to use the honeycomb using paper. So we have using normal paper when we can find it. In fact, we have also in Indonesia a lot of cartouche paper, right, for the packaging. So we can use that one, and then make it a honeycomb. This one quite easy. We can use it using home industry. And then coat it with the vernice. Vernice is the one that we use in Indonesia, for example, to coloring the kayu, right? The panel, the panel. So this one is basically to strengthen the honeycomb, become very robust, and also as a coating. of the paper, basically to prevent from the deteriorations due to the moisture, right? And then after this, we put the foam. So the foam, it can be normal foam, conventional foam, not so bio, but I think we can also using foam with nowadays produced from the palm oil. And then using the catalyst and so on, then we get the foams, and then put it inside the honeycomb to basically for a specific application. One, to strengthen the energy absorptions. The second one, it can be also for the isolation of the noise, isolation of the temperature. So this is what we propose. We produce it. So this is a very nice panel, basically. Next. So the second product is definite element. So we are able to create definite element for the unfilled without foam first. So we have all the mechanism and all the forces and energy absorption analysis on it. And also we are able to do the finite element of the foam loans. Next. And then the next one, and also the foam fill inside the honeycomb. So we can say that they validate the result with the test, the same mechanism, and also later on the same forces, the same energy absorbed by this one. So basically, our product is two things: one, the product itself, and also the second one, finite element of it. Later on, we can use it for designing this type of these structures. Next. So the product that we can produce is consists of paper honeycomb cells filled by biodegradable foam, so all bios. Okay, it can increase up to 30% of the energy absorptions, right? Without using foam compared to the unfit foams. So the outstanding strength and rigidity, right? Economical strength to the weight ratio. They're very, very light, basically. So I think this have a feature to change, for example, the table, which is we use we call it the inside the table, inside the panel for the table. Now we have like a serbuk in Indonesia, serbuk from the papers. So quite heavy in the total. And this panel is very, very light as well. So very cost effective, because I believe paper is not very expensive, varnish is not very expensive, foam is not very expensive. So altogether, it is still economic compared to the plywood, for example, balsa wood, particle board, and so forth. You know. And then one of the items that we can say the foam can also can strengthen the cell walls. Okay, next, the methodology we do with the honeycomb alone and then foam alone and then together. So basically, we try to find if we put in the foam inside the honeycomb, is there any additional capability if we compare, if we added the capability honeycomb alone and foam alone. Okay, next, that's the idea. So this is the experimental one. We are doing all these things. We put a varnish on it, and then we do design experiment for honeycomb alone, right? Within the thickness of the papers, the size cells, and I think the third one is the type of the materials. Okay, and then after this, we pick that one and we put in the foam inside, and then we do all the experimental on it. Next. So I think we pass the experimental how we do it, right? I think there's two different ways to put it, the foam inside the cell walls, either with injections or we immerse it later on before it become foams. Next. Next one, yeah. So this is the furnace. So we coat it with the furnace. The furnace are basically become a coating and at the same time to strengthen the honeycomb. So basically without furnace, the paper will have a very lousy forms. So when you put it, the varnish become very straight and nice form on it. Okay, next. We tested and on the foam alone using design experimentation, 3 level, 3 parameters, and then we pick one density, one specific papers with the densities, the thickness 3 millimeters, and the cell size at 10 millimeters. So that one we selected. Next, So that one after this, we put it into the foams. So as I said before, we can use it, we immerse the honeycomb inside the solutions and the foams, or we put it injections. So here we need to later on, in terms of the industrialization of this, we need to look at again on it. Okay, so this is the last one. And then next one, we compress it, right, to find the densities. We try to do the forces and calculate the energy absorptions. Next. So now the result is quite interesting. So we do a test for the foam alone, the orange one, and then the unfilled alone, the yellow one. We add it both together to get the capacity unfilled with the foams. We have the green one. But when we tested the foam inside the foams, we have better capabilities. It means there is additional, scientifically, there is additional capability when we put in the foams with the cell. It means the foam with the cell has another additional interactions to get better properties. Next. So in terms of the finite element, so we do all element without foam on these. So we take the symmetrical one because it is very symmetrical. So we have one vertical only, and then we crush it. And then next, the same thing. Next, the same thing. Thus, we have all the nice mechanism by placement. So basically, this is the what do you call it? The advantages of the honeycomb in absorbing the energy by having a successive plies until all the energy has been absorbed. Next. So the simulations and the calculations shows a good collaborations. The same thing, the mechanism as well. Next one. The foam only. So this foam is quite straightforward because we just put the properties on it. Then normally we don't have any problem on the collaborated. Next. Now this one. So the difficult one is when we put the foam to the honeycomb. As you see, we still taking only one vertical one, which is symmetrical for the others. We put the symmetrical boundary conditions. Of course, the one which is difficult is how to put the contact definition between the foams and the wall of the cell wall. When you put it together, then we saw that next, the result is quite interesting. Next. So we saw that the total with the experimentals are the good one, and again the mechanism of the failure is the same with the experimental, right? All along. Next. So the one which is important here, so the left one is the effect of the foam field to the honeycomb. So we can see that without foam and with foam, we have a quite big differences from the beginning. It means there is we have clearly that the foams give a different boundary condition to honeycomb. Therefore, the energy absorption become higher. If you look at on the right side, because this is the additional energy taken by the foams only. So we see a very big one after 0.4. Before that one, basically the foam are not condensed. One is certain displacement, it become condensed and interact with the honeycomb. So therefore we have very huge percentage of the increment of the energy absorptions. So that's why I think in conclusion, scientifically, that there is additional capability between foams and the honeycomb in absorbing energy by having the contact between them. Right? It means both foam and honeycomb give a different boundary conditions during the compressions. Okay, next, I think I want to finish in here. So with the different density of the foam, we found out a certain optimum form that can use it to get the highest energy, specific energy within our densities studies of the structures. Next, what I want to say here, basically, the result is next one. Next. Next. So basically, this is our product. So we try to propose this to reduce, to change the panels, the existing panels for the table or for other things, for the door, for example. Next. So next. So next, this originality, we don't have to, next one, so next. So for example here, so we try to change all the panels for the tables, for the doors, right? The naval and so on, we know already we can use it, the existing honeycomb structure for the aircraft structures and naval structures. So now we can concentrate it with the lowest biomaterial using that one. Next.
Prof, could you please a little bit speed up?
Yeah, I think there's like another two. So here, for example, our product basically have a ultimate load which is higher compared higher, which is can be used for the floor, roof, for example, subfloor, and also single floor. So we know the requirements. So what we created here, we got ultimate higher than one, so therefore we can use it at one, and then we can change, for example, the particle board panel, for example, right? Because we have, I think, cost, the interval cost is lower, and in terms of the weight also lighter. Okay, next. So next, I think this is all why we compare it. Next. Okay, price, quantity, so lower cost at 30 ringgits compared to 150, for example. Next. Next. Here. So we are in the labs results. So now we try to expand it for the industrial application. Therefore, there's the need for another studies, for example, how to make it, for example, the optimum production of it, all right, especially when they put the foam inside it, all right. It can be, for example, for the honeycomb, it can be home industry, or it can be also industrial size. For the moment, we stop on only until the lab results. So I think still open for the next collaboration with UNSIA, for example, to expand it for the industrial application, industrial manufacturing of it. Okay, thanks. Next. So publications, a lot of publication already. Next. I think that's all. Yeah, next all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Yulfian. This is really applicable. Then, yeah, we need exactly what your novelty in this research. And again, the QA will be written by the committee because we have a very limited time, and pass to you. And the next, we would like to invite Prof. Zarul Wadi to present. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For these wonderful opportunities. So the title of my presentation is Improving Wear Resistance of Tribopare Using Nanomaterials Additive. Okay, please go to the next slide. I will be very brief about this. Okay, there are those collaborators. So we have been talking about energy this morning, and indeed we have global carbon emission, and this comes from the burning of the fuel from industrial and automotive engine, and we have increasing world CO2 emission, and one of the resource of that emission is lubricants with this lubricant, which is used which is used by a broad source from transportation, industry, power generation, including resident surface. The next slide, please. So one of the way that we have to do is to find a more effective way of producing energy. This is simply by reducing the friction and wear of the contact interface. For example, if you have machinery that can that can produce same energy with less amount of fuel, it will be better. And this where lubricant will go and take part because it will be used in preventing severe wear and reducing the friction on the contact interface, and thus produce more efficient machinery. The next, please. So in order to produce or to have a lower friction or a lower wear, we have to think about the mechanism of friction mechanism. There are several methods we can use or now accepted for reducing the friction. One of them is by producing the tribolayer or tribofilm on the contact interface. That the tribofilm can be act as a protective layer to reduce friction and wear. One of the method to produce the tribolayer is to use nanoparticles as additive in lubricant. Then this nanoparticle can come from a broad source. It can be titanium oxide, gold, silver, MOS2, and a famous one are carbon allotropes such as carbon nanotube, graphene, etc. Now we think to go into more renewable source. So we are thinking about using nanomaterial from the plant-based material. In this case, we use nanocellulose. And nanocellulose is a crystalline based material, which also can be used for additive in lubricant. The next, please. And here we have make several lubricant specimen by using the polyol ester. It's an oil, it's a fluid oil for hydraulic purpose, and use bacterial nanocellulose and some surfactant and produce renewable or environment-friendly lubricant. And we use this lubricant and we test for the friction, and we have observed that by using the polyol, by using the bacterial nanocellulose with different kind of composition, we can have up to 40% reduce in the wear and stable friction, more than 30% of reduction in wear. The next one, please. And also we have used the cellulose together with graphene nanosheet to make the samples or specimen for lubricant. And we have found a great reduction of friction and also reduction of wear on the material. The best one, we have more than 50% reduction of the wear of the tribo pair. The next one. We have conducted the analysis for the contact interface, and we have observed the formation of tribofilm on the contact interface, which consists of elements that can be found in the cellulose particle, which is comprised of oxygen and carbon. And here we, in this research, we have shown that the tribofilm is formed by a tribochemical reaction. So actually, the layer is produced while friction takes place, and this layer can protect wear of the material on the contact interface. This is the presentation. because the time is very limited. Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zarul Fuadi. Because of a very limited time and we have continued again at 2 o'clock, I would like to suggest that we postpone the latest invited speaker to the next session. I mean, after the second round of the keynote speaker. And unfortunately, we also have to close the QA session because of a limited time for the lunch break and so on. It is okay for you, Prof. Zulfian, that we pass the question to you if there is question from the participant. Oh, okay. And also Prof. Khalid also have another meeting. And I see here Professor Shram. We will continue at 2 o'clock for your session. And yeah, in 1 hour, 13 minutes. Make co-host. Nggak ada, mungkin nggak ada. Okay, I think now time for us to have a breakfast and salat zuhur. We will return to this room at lunch. Yeah, we have a break for lunch and salat. We will continue in this room at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for your attendance and we will see again in 1 hour. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kata sedikit, sud ininya. Enggak. Sud ini ya, judul. Sud ke judul aja. Sudah. Di dalam, Pak. Di dalamnya lagi. Kita bilang aja. 20 orang, Pak, ya. Iya, ada, Pak. Tadi udah kasih bawah sebenarnya. Enggak, di laut jauh-jauh. Biar kelihatan judul. Kasih apa judulnya ya? Gitu ya. Ke atas sedikit. Udah, oke. Apa, Pak? Ada. Di atas sini, Pak. Dari sini boleh. Dari sini, Oke.